Indonesia, the biggest archipelagic country on Earth. Made up of thousands of volcanic islands, best known for beaches, volcanoes, Komodo dragons, orangutans sheltering elephants, and tigers. The mega biodiverse country is inhabited by 20,000 different kinds of herbs and plants, also place where you can find more than 10,000 kinds of animals roaming the land. Indonesia is homeland to hundreds of ethnic groups speaking as many as 650 different languages. Differences is our motto, made us strong by one vision of a big country.
dairy cattle and so on. On the other hand, the local animal is neglected, but the situation or the environment is in favor of the local animal, because the climate is getting hotter and so on. So you can imagine the two different things is work together now. So this is habit and lack of consumer awareness just really push the local animal to the end. So the other thing that's what I call is natural disturbances. This one, just what I already talked before, a lion in infested breeds. So like Belgian blue, like broiler layer, is not native to Indonesia, to the maybe Malaysia, Thailand, or Japan, but this is introduced breed. Okay. This is really push the local animal aside. Okay, that's people doesn't realize by importing the exotic breed. So we will face another problem like diseases, for example, introduce new diseases, and that's become really big problem in developing country. So this is very simple. Some developing countries, including Indonesia, now imported Belgian blue. You cannot imagine that this type of animal need a very high management skill, need a very good quality of feed, environment, housing, and so on, medication. But can this type of alien can survive in developing country? I should say this is not true. Okay, because we have local animals that already adapted to the tropical climate for thousands and thousands of years. Why we imported this kind of alien? So not everyday farmer can keep this type of animal. So this is not a problem. This is related to the policy, government policy, to import this type of animal. Okay, I just want to open your mind from different angles. This is not a thing that's mechanization. Agriculture mechanization is one of the driven factors that really push the local animal aside. Okay, why? Because we used to in Southeast Asia, we use cattle, buffalo, work in the paddy fields, okay, to have to plow the soil, and also to help the farmer for the tough animal. But now they replace it with this kind of machine. So that's why this is we identify that this type of machine is really have a major factor for decreasing the population of buffalo in Southeast Asia. Now the hotspot of buffalo now only in Thailand. In Indonesia, we are very rarely can see the buffalo. I will talk later on the end of the lecture about the buffalo. But this really, the machine is really can reduce dramatically the population of the local animal. The other thing, what I call is genetic erosion. There are two things. The first one is artificial insemination. So in Indonesia, we introduced the artificial insemination around 1979. Okay, at the beginning, the farmer didn't accept this technology, but now, only 20, 30 years or 40 years, now everybody used the artificial insemination. They just force the animal. Any kind of semen that imported from different country with the local animal. You can imagine that Indonesia that has so many local breed that are already adapted for 1,000 years in Indonesia. Now, this is artificial insemination is really destroy the local animal. destroy the purity of the local animal. Okay, and this is uncontrollable. You can see in different areas in Indonesia this uncontrollable artificial insemination. And the other thing is, I want to talk about this misinterpretation. Everybody say that, oh, why you should keep the local animal? Look at that, very, very small, it's not productive and so on. Okay, is that really true? Okay, if you look at this picture, this is a local animal. This is imported animal, crossbred imported animal. Yes, if you see this picture, everybody will agree that, okay, this is better, larger. But if you compare the cost of producing 1 kilogram meat, this is cheaper because this can utilize any kind of feed with low quality of feed. This is not, this is cannot. You have to be given them concentrate and very special management system. So this is kind of misconception because when they're smaller, most of the people, including the government policymakers, say this is not good. This is completely wrong. Okay. This is if you see this kind of thoroughbred, yes, this is very nice, very clean. But the cost of the importing this animal is in millions. Million rupiah, maybe billion. And also the housing, the medication, the feeding, you have to feed them very specifically. Compare with this one. This is our local horse. And you see, they're small. That's fine. They're small, but they're healthy. They are adapted to local environment. Can easily keep by the owner. Look at the housing, very, very modest. So this is locally adapted, and then cannot. Some of them are resistant to the diseases. Okay, and I want to ask you: is the local animal or the exotic animal is better than local animal? No, the answer is no. Okay, you have to be open your mind. When you see, you compare, not comparing the size, but comparing the productivity, the efficiency of feed and so on. Okay, and now I want to talk about, after I describe the problem and also the current situation, I want to talk about one part here for conservation. Why we conserving endangers of genetic animal resources? Must be one reason. Yeah, I already described that local animal is important for farmer in developing countries, but somebody will ask why we conserve them. Okay, we look at the history of agriculture. So agriculture now is really different from the agriculture 10,000 years ago. This is dramatically changed, and from the extensive now is very, very intensive. So the change is very rapid only the last 50 years, comparing with the history of the animal more than 10,000 years ago. Okay, why we have to conserve the breed? Okay, so if you look at a peco animal, a local animal, that's a genetic resources, genetics, and they're really fit to the environment, fit to the culture, fit to the people, and fit to the agriculture system. So they play important role in agriculture system. Okay, so that's why we need to conserve them. So the history of local animal is in line with the history of people, the history of local people, the history of culture. So the current situation, if you look at the internet or you heard the news, is the animal production is becoming more industrial. Okay, why? Because people need meat, egg, and milk. That's fine. That's the situation. Very productive and very narrow and divine. Okay, this is the situation. And secondly, industrial production results in more and more breeds become rare because farmers tend to choose this exotic animal rather than local animal here. So currently, very few genetic resources are used for producing meat and milk. Just look at the industry. The meat is just a very small amount of breed. Milk is mainly Holstein Friesian, Jersey, only maybe not more than 5. So you can look at the narrowing of the genetic diversity because of the demand, because of the industrial. Okay, this is the situation. And that's why we have to conserve them, okay? For what? The first one is for agriculture security. So we have to conserve the variation for future use because this is a pack, or this local animal have a pack of genes that already adapted thousands and thousands of years to the tropical environment, to the local very poor feed quality, adapted to the local diseases and so on. And scientifically, this is very dangerous if we lost genetic variation. And then we lost everything because we haven't explored the whole of this local animal. So some of them is really useful for human as a model for diseases, for example. So this is important for to conserve them. So the last thing is the culture. So like I said, that local animal is really blended to the local culture. It's already blended to the people and already support the local people for thousands and thousands of years. So we have to conserve, okay? Okay, this is, I want to talk a little bit about agriculture security. So in the short term, we need meat, okay, milk, wool, services, transport, for the environment as well. That's local animal can provide such of thing until now, okay? For the long term, this local animal, we need them for the future because like I said before, in the future, the climate situation is getting worse. The temperature is getting hotter. The increasing of the diseases. And local animal can cope with that kind of environment. Why? Because they already adapted for thousands and thousands of years. And for the sign of few, this is, we need to see the local animal is a unique, very unique, because our ancestors already select them for thousands and thousands of years. So we can find kind of Bali cattle now is result of the thousands of years selection. And the genetic variation also very unique, okay? So that's why animals provide opportunity for a study of the genetic variation. So each of the breed of the local animal has own unique combination of genetic variation. Yes, the production is very low, but the survivability and the reproduction is better than exotic animal. So for the sign of few, losing breeds means we lose everything, losing genetic variation. And that's not very good. If you lose the genetic variation, if there is a fluctuation of the environment, and they're gone. So just to remind you of around 10 or more than 10 years ago, when the bird flu diseases break out, nobody at the time predict such kind of bird flu. But within a few months, they wiped out of the most of the exotic animal. The local animal affected, yes, but they still can survive, and because of genetic variation. Some of them die, but some of them survive because they are genetically resistant. Okay? And from the cultural heritage, this is very important because, like I said, that local animal is already with the people for thousand years. This is a breed result of interaction between animal and human for years, 1,000 years. Okay. And local animals are living history of this old and important relation between animal and civilization, and also tell us who we are and where we have come from. So the history of human is in line with the history of the animal, local animal. And many human groups have their own breed. So I will talk about later on spotted buffalo in Toraja, for example. And they are old and center of their cultural identity. And if this, the variable of the local animal is gone, and that's the local people life will be at risk. Okay. Okay, this is how to choose the breed that to be conserved. So we can select a breed based on their any characteristic, but this is a basic. Okay, so we have to see in depth about the production characteristic, and they should have a medium or high heritability, because this characteristic will be passed to the next generation. And we also look at the adaptation and reproduction characteristic. We need them, but this two character is usually have a low heritability. So we have to think about when we concept the animal, we are facing this situation. Okay? Developing a breed that in both productive and adaptive is quicker by starting with the breed they already exist. Okay, so that's why local animals are adapted, and then we can select them to increase their production. Okay, this is what we have done. Just very quickly overview what we have done. Animal characteristic, local animal characterization. So this is, we need at least human capacity building for managing the animal genetic resources for conservation. But unluckily, in developing countries, this kind of human resources is just simply neglected. Okay, this is Bali cattle, very unique. This is indigenous cattle derived from Banting. From Banting, this is a male, characteristic with a very dark color and with white sock here and white palm here. This is a female. And this is unique for Indonesia because this type of cattle can survive in any places in Indonesia. And they're spread out throughout Indonesia archipelago, and there's a female farmer is very easily keep them in very low quality of environment. This one. So unfortunately, this is normal color. In the field, we can find this should be male, but this is female, and we have a spotted one. We also have this is color in the white straw. It means that they are impure. So we start to think how to develop a tool that can identify the purity of Bali cattle. This is kind of Bali cattle. This is local cattle that we send it to the San Diego Zoo. Look at the Bali cattle if we keep them in a very good environment. This is the more than 1,000 kilograms. this can maybe can be larger than this one. So it means that local animal can be improved if the management system improve. Okay. So we develop a method, what we call isoelectric focusing method. Using this method, we can identify only beta X Bali, only Bali cattle has this type of band. The other cattle doesn't have, Simmental doesn't have, and crossing animal doesn't have. But look at here, there's among the Bali cattle, this is impure, this is impure, this is impure, this is contaminated by Brahman. So this is where we develop this kind of tool that in order to identify the purity, we can use this kind of method. Okay, and we also use a chromosome karyotype. So we identify the morphology of the chromosome. This is the result. This is the centromere. This is the left arm, right arm, and then when you compare the limousine, this is the whole chromosome. Limousine, this is Bali from Bali. This is very smooth, but this one is Bali from the West Nusa Tenggara. Look at this one. This is different. It means that within the population or between the population, there is genetic variation. Sadly, this is maybe contaminated by other blood, okay, other cattle blood. And we also use scanning electron microscope to look at the profile of the Bali cattle hair. So this is Bali. This is Bali. See the difference. So it means that this is contaminated one. This is Simmental. This is limousine. So this is a pure Bali cattle. So we also use a microsatellite to find a specific marker for Bali cattle that indicated that pure Bali cattle. Okay, we use many of the microsatellite, and then this is the result. So this is, we run the screening the number of microsatellite. We end up with two, HEL9 and INRA035. That's a specific marker for the Bali cattle. So HEL9 has 3 allele, and RNRA035 has 4 allele. So this is LLNB, and RNRA035 is a specific marker. So this is really identical with the Banteng, the ancestor of the Bali cattle. So if we want to test the Bali cattle, they took blood sample, run this microsatellite, this marker, they have an A and B allele, and then we decide this is a pure Bali cattle. The same thing, we also can use the HEL9. Okay, so this is another part that I want to talk about, how to improve the animal genetic resources productivity. To answer the question, the previous one, why a local animal is small. Okay, so this is we already developed a method, what we call as best linear unbiased prediction. So this is a very good software, a very good method that can eliminate the effect of the environment. This is the result. This is the heritability of weaning weight, yearling weight, and daily weight gain in Bali cattle. Look at the standard error. This is very small. It means that this kind of estimation is very accurate. So we use many data from research station. We apply VCA and PES software for running this kind of calculation. And we also study about phenotypic plasticity. This is important. The definition of phenotypic plasticity is the ability of individuals or genotype to perform more than one alternative, either behavior, morphological and psychological from in response to different animals. So if you move animal to different animal or to different environment, and you can clearly see the body weight is changing, the behavior is changing, the reproduction also is changing. So that's what we call phenotypic plasticity. So we study here, we simulate them, we use a ducks as an animal model. So we deliberately give them aflatoxin, this is toxic to the duck, only 1 week, and look at what's happening, what is the response from this is two different type of duck, this is Tegal and Mojosari. And when the aflatoxin strike and animal consume the aflatoxin, the body weight is decreasing. But this type of ducks, local duck, is after 6 weeks, they can recover very well, okay? But this type of ducks they need about 17 weeks to recover here. It means that local duck, there's a variation. What is the variation? Is phenotypic plasticity. We can use this phenomenon of plasticity to select animals that can survive in different environments without reducing their body weight, their productivity in large quantity. And this is the result of the experiment. So the aflatoxin is a kind of toxin that bind with the fat in the body. Okay, that's why they affect the liver. This is the control ducks that the liver condition of the control. This is the liver of the ducks that given 50 ppb of aflatoxin. This is 100 and this is 150. You can see this is getting larger and then getting smaller. If you ask what is happening if we give them more than 150, they die. Okay, let's look at the plasticity of the liver size, liver color in response to the aflatoxin. The same thing, the egg yolk is also affected. This become larger. Okay, that's what we call phenotypic plasticity. So from the experiment, we can conclude that phenotypic plasticity is common phenomena in most organisms, including the domestic animal. So this is important. And this type of genes control the degree of the genotype by environment interaction. So in the future, we can select the animal that can maintain the high production in different environments. This is a kind of different view of selecting. We know that we can select animal based on the body size. We can create them larger, but by selecting these genes, we can select them. We can select the animal, can produce the animal that can survive in the environment, in different environment, without losing their high production. And also we select also conventional selection here. So this is a Japanese fat tail sheep. So look at the size of the tail. This is mainly a fat here, and can be as fat storage, energy storage reserve, or if they need they use from the fat at the tail here. So we can select, we can improve increasing 6.75%. And this is can also increase 9.4 or 9.5% waning weight. So it means that we can improve the productivity of the local animal. We also not crossing between this type of duck, local duck, with the Peking duck, for example. This is between the local. We can still cut the heterosis. The production egg production is higher than pure one. So it means that I just want to open your mind that the crossing is not necessary between breed, but we can cross between line within the local breed. Okay, and also we produce the cross. This is a synthetic breed. from the crossing between the local sheep and the Barbados blackberry sheep. This is also from the tropical, not from the exotic one. We produce better, larger body frame of the sheep. And also we characterize the local chicken production and the characteristic, disease resistance and so on. And also we characterize cattle, sheep, goat, and so on. This is important to look at their status, their genetic variation for making a policy how to conserve them in the future. So this is our local chicken. This is a male, female, what we call Marawang, one of our local chicken. This is Pelong chicken. This is including in the group of the local chicken. We have a Kedu chicken here. So this is an experiment a while ago. So we try to, our group is trying to apply different management system, extensive, semi-intensive, and intensive. So they change production. So you get from the 47 to 146. It means that this type of table proving that we can improve the animal production. So this is the body weight. Okay, this is the body weight comparison. This is a different type of local chicken. And they have their own characteristic. So it means that this table reflects their genetic variety, genetic variation within the population. Okay, this is the egg production, the same thing. There's a variety of the local chicken. So we can improve the local chicken better than before the selection. So this is also, we have a Bali cattle, one of the cattle that can survive very well in Indonesia and also in Malaysia and in Thailand and in tropical area. We also have Aceh cattle. This is a different one. We also have PO cattle. We have also Pesisir cattle. Pesisir cattle is characterized by their very small size, body size. So you can see that this one is only 1.505 meters, only 1 meter, just larger than goat. Okay, this is a very important cattle for the people who are living in West Sumatra. Look at how they keep. They just tie them in this is coconut tree. That's it. And in the morning, they let them go and finding the food, and then they can reproduce. Okay, and we also have Madura cattle. This is one of the local cattle, and we characterize. Okay, this is this type of picture indicate that we can see this is the population of pure Bali cattle here. We use microsatellite mitochondria and Y chromosome. This is we can also find a spot here where we can find pure Bali cattle. This is a pure Bali cattle here, and this is a mix. Okay, they're from the Sulawesi. So we characterize them, and from the molecular side, we already our group is already identifying published research that's Bali cattle is really different from Madura, Pesisir, Aceh, even from Ongol, Nalore, and other type of cattle from the eastern part of the Asia. So it means that Bali cattle is unique for us. It is belong to Indonesia. We still have the ancestors, which is Banteng. I just want to talk about a little bit. At the beginning, I already stated that local animal is adapted and blend to the culture. This is we have a very specific culture in Toraja. Toraja is located in the South Sulawesi. Look at in their house. This is a buffalo horn, indicated the wealthy of the family. Okay, if you see more of this one, and that it means that this family is rich. Okay, and They also believe that this is ancient culture. When the relative die, especially the leaders and the leader of the community, the very important person, they are not directly bury the body, but they keep in one place first, usually in the cave or in the mountain, and at the right time, they have a ceremony here, and they sacrifice the buffalo. So this buffalo is really important for them, blended to the culture thousand years ago. So it is a spotted buffalo. Without buffalo, there's no ceremony. They believe that if they sacrifice the buffalo, especially for the spotted one, and the soul is easily go to the heaven. That's ancient belief from the stone era. Okay, and this is when they sacrifice, they distribute the meat and so on. This is a very expensive ceremony. Only rich people can do this one. So we interested in spotted buffalo, and we have agreement to collect the semen from the dead buffalo here, from the epididymis, and then we freeze the semen, and then we use a technique what we call intracytoplasmic sperm injection. We need only one sperm to fertilize the egg. Okay, and then we have collection of spotted buffalo in frozen tarp for frozen embryo. So one day, if they need spotted buffalo, we can supply them from the embryo. Okay, the price of this type of cattle is very expensive, especially this is the variety of the color, from the normal one, the light one, the spotted one, spotted in the face. But this is the most important. This is the price of this. This one is $1 billion rupiah. So the size. This is very important for the culture. That's why we want to look at what is genetic role behind the spotted color. So we did experiment, and like I told that we did a molecular thing. We found that this spotted buffalo is resulted in mutation in exon 3 in MITF. What is MITF? Is microtelomere associated transcription factor. This type of gene is controlled color. So because of the mutation, it become a spotted one. Unfortunately, this mutation is not only affecting the phenotype, also affecting the mortality. So that's why the number of population of spotted buffalo in Toraja is small because of that mutation. Our group also studying the genetic variation of buffalo Sulawesi, and using the cytochrome B DNA mitochondria. So we can by using this method, we can differentiate between population in island and the main island of the Sulawesi. We can identify the origin of this type of buffalo, whether they came from the island or they came from the main island. Okay, now another thing that's important for local people is horses. Okay, the horse is important in few areas in Indonesia, especially in North Sulawesi. This is a picture of the local people and also Dutch people riding carriage with horses in 1919, before the Indonesian independence. So we studied the heredity of endurance and the speed of the horses. So we have done this one because horse race is important in that area, and some people there keep the horses here for what they call it kuda bendi. Okay, we also study them the endurance, how many hours they can survive per day for carrying of this carriage. And also this is a kind of other culture. This is kind of a friendly war traditional culture using the horse, okay, for praying for the getting rain, and based on the local belief that it will give a prosperity of the local people. So we did also experiment related to the biotechnology and conservation of the local horse. This is a very small horse here, what we call categorize a pony horse. Okay, if you're interested in the animal genetic resources, and you can visit this our group internationally, what we call EGTR website. So you can look at what is going on, what is the research that has been done, and material for training and so on here. This is for free, developed by IRI, FAO, and our group internationally. And also, this is we cooperate with Swedish Agricultural University and other university in Southeast Asia. That's all that I want to talk about today. That how that this lecture gives you overview of how important is the local animal, and what should be done, and what is the future of this animal. Thank you very much. I want to give to Pak Bayaki. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Roni. That's very informative and interesting topic, I think, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next session, which is the question and answer session or discussion session. So please, if you have any question, yeah, we already have some body, yeah, from Indonesia, Muslim Sembiring, and also Teguh. Yeah, please, Teguh, maybe, yeah, please to turn on your microphone and introduce yourself, and then what is the question? Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, thank you for let me asking about what Mr. Roni say. And let me introduce my name. My name is Teguh Azhar Perkasa, and I'm from Universitas Sumatera Utara. Yeah, I'm interested on your presentation that the topic is about genetic research, right? And I think this is a solution of the biodiversity, and the effect you said before that the effect of genetic research is decreased is because the global market demands and the agriculture mechanism or something like, and the others like the exotic livestock. So the first question I would like to ask you, you said that agriculture mechanism is also the effect of decreasing the genetic resource, right? Example, the buffalo for helping the farmers in rice field or something like that. So what is the solution? Is that we should back to the traditional way, or what? That's the first question. And the second question, I still don't get it. The point you said before that climate change, right? What is the linkage or the, I mean, like the connectivity or the effect in diversity to our climate, the sustainable climate, right? That's the second. And the third question is that the diversity also affect on our climate change, like deforestation? Maybe it's like that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Teguh. Prof. Roni, I think you can answer the question, and then we move to the next question, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Teguh. Okay, very good questions. Okay, let's I answer first questions about mechanization. Okay, we used to, especially in the Asian country, Southeast Asia, use animal working at in the paddy field and other farm area. By replacing them with machine, and then the people neglect the farm animal. Okay, this is example for for very good example, not only Indonesia, Thailand. Thailand is hotspot of the buffalo population. That's why FAO is identified because of the changing of the agriculture system, mechanization. They don't need any buffalo anymore. They really replaced them. And what is the result is the population of buffalo is decreasing very dramatically. And FAO identified that the mechanization is the major factor. That's why in the Kasetsart University, they developed what kind of, funded by FAO, they developed what they call it buffalo village outside of the Bangkok area. And at that village, there we can see now is many buffalo there. They develop artificial insemination and so on. And this is a kind of big step to save the buffalo for the decrease in population. So buffalo is very important, used to be very important in Indonesia, also in South Asia. Now, because of the people doesn't use them anymore, and the population is decreased. And the other thing is related to buffalo is you can see, you can learn from the lecture that buffalo is very unique, and they have what we call a silent heat. Okay, this is very difficult to identify which one is which buffalo is in the heat or not. Almost impossible, except for the buffalo recognized by themselves. And that's why that project also developed artificial insemination. Even it is very difficult at the beginning, but they can successfully froze the semen and do the artificial insemination. Even with that big effort, the population of buffalo is decreasing very much. It is different situation if we talk about in a certain area like in Toraja. The buffalo is conserved by the nature, conserved by the people. And the people, you don't ask the people in Toraja, okay, conserve the buffalo. They keep the animal. They sleep with the buffalo. That's what we call conservation by culture. So that's, you can see where the mechanizations really change, push the population of a certain animal aside. So it's not used to be like that. Okay, the second thing about the climate change. Climate change, if you read in the news, just so many meetings that we have, we want to reduce the carbon, we want to reduce the increase of the temperature. But in reality, the climate change is still there. Okay, the environment is getting worse. If you look at the animal as a system, okay, animal feeding and breeding. If the environment is changed, okay, we have a local animal. They can survive in increasing in 2 or 3 centigrade. Okay, they can survive because their gene is there. But how about the feeding? So if the temperature increase, that has changed the availability of the feeding, and also the change of the microorganism. So if talking about the microvirus, changing, you don't have to talk about 1 centigrade. So even half of centigrade can speed up the microbiology, the microbe and also virus. So it means that can generate new disease. Just bird flu is a kind of example, very bad example. There's change very rapidly, new diseases and so on. And indirectly, feeding and diseases also affect the animal. So at the end, the population will decrease. Okay, and yes, you are right. One of the causes of the climate change is deforestation. So Indonesia is kind of under the top list in the world that has record in losing of the tropical forest in the top. Indonesia, Brasilia, and so on. Then sadly, that losing the natural forest is because of the human activity. So if you look at in the Sumatra, in your area, and also in Kalimantan, this is most of the tropical forest now is replaced by artificial forest, which is a palm tree for producing oil. So yes, in a very short time, they are very useful, can increase the economy. But for the long term, losing the tropical forest is you cannot imagine how valuable is the tropical forest. So this is by losing the tropical forest in Indonesia, in Amazon, other area, the hotspot, and the temperature is getting hotter and hotter. And then, yes, evict the animal. You look at the Africa. Africa used to be the origin of people, the origin of the diversity. Now look at that, the temperature is 45, 47, because they are losing the forest for thousands or maybe millions years there because of the changing of global climate. So you have to think in multi-dimensional. I suggest the group can put many things together in explaining why the local animal is under threat at the moment. Okay.
Okay, Teguh.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Roni, Prof. Roni, and Brother Bahaiki.
Okay, you're welcome. And then, anyone else? Do you have any question or any comment? Yes, I see. Okay, Muslim, do you still have any question? No? Okay, maybe since there are no other question, but I have a question for you, Prof. Roni. Yeah, as I mentioned that the protein demand is increasing, maybe double or quarter and so on. But the supply of this kind of the protein is very, it's not cannot fulfill this kind of the demand. And then the people or some people try to crossbreed, between local and also exotic. And you mentioned this is the one of the, how you say that, genetic losses, but so the question is how can we, let's say, fulfill this kind of the protein demand, meanwhile in other side we should keep up of our local genetic resources, and what is the strategy, Prof?
Okay, the human population is increasing. Okay, this is alarming situations, and on the other hand, that the quality of environment is decreasing, and the number of animal genetic variation is decreasing, and it means that the food production is decreasing. What I mean by food is including rice, including meat, egg, and also milk. Okay, this is the reality, and because of the war, because of the other political situation, is developing countries getting poorer because they cannot afford to buy or to import the food from other country. On the other hand, the production is decreasing in their country. Okay, we also find out that local animal cannot fulfill the demand of the meat and milk and also egg. And we need exotic animal. This is not doubt, okay? But when you cross the animal, that's the problem is rising, because we have local animal that's already adapted for 1,000 years. And crossing is yes, theoretically, genetically, if we cross animal, we can get to cross animal better than their parent, average parent. That's what we call heterosis effect. Okay, that's the fact. Okay, but if you cross with local animal, it means that you threat the local animal, the purity of local animal. So the strategy is, yes, you can still cross the local animal, exotic animal, but you have in this case, the government have to localize the local animal, the pure animal that's not able to cross with the exotic animal. So it means that in certain area, we can keep the animal in pure breed, but for the production, yes, you can cross them. You can cross them. That's fine. But if you don't have policy, kind of this one, and then you cross every kind of local animal, in one day you lost the genetic resources, and you don't have any local animal anymore. So the good thing about this local animal, for example, the government of Bali and also the Ministry of Agriculture have a decision. So Bali area is a pure area for Bali cat. No cross there. This is good. This is cool. The same thing in for example, in Toraja. This is pure area. So it means that we can cross them, but be careful. If we don't have very good management, one day we lost the valuable of animal genetic resources. So that's the strategy. It doesn't mean that conserving or conservation doesn't need, do not allow to cross, do not allow to utilize. No, this is the old concept, but the new concept, you can utilize the local animal in any kind of process, but please be careful. Don't be lost of the genetic resources of local animal. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So I think the policy of the government is one of the key points, Prof. To strengthen this kind of our local genetic resources.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, we have meeting many times in Southeast Asia with the FAO. Most of the developing countries doesn't have that kind of awareness. What the thing is to increase the production, to import, to have an exotic animal, to cross them for the short-term policy. Yes, they can solve the problem. This problem is a kind of common problem for most of the developing countries, including Indonesia. So you can see when Indonesian government imported Belgian blue, and you can think scientifically, what is the point? This kind of animal doesn't suit to Indonesian tropical condition. If you want to keep in a tropical country, you have to be very specific management. You have to manipulate the temperature, you have to manipulate the feed, and so on, the reproduction. Can the local people afford such kind of the luxury? The answer is not. This is for the big farm. Okay, that's fine. But the local farmer, local people who live in the remote area, in the marginal area, in a remote island, they cannot afford to keep that kind of animal. The one that they can keep the animal is the local chicken, the local goat. the local sheep, local cattle. Why? Because the input is very low. If you think about the people who are living in the marginal area, they cannot afford to luxury kind of giving their cattle with concentrate. Even for eating in daily basis, they have to survive. So it means that the animals should support the people, not people support the animal. So it means that you can see the position that the local animal is really suited the most of the local farmer. So if you talk about the middle scale or large scale farming, that's fine, that's their problem. But if you're dreaming that kind of Belgian blue are given to the local farmer, it's completely wrong. Completely wrong. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. We already have a question here in chat room from Dian. Yeah. Good afternoon, Prof. It was interesting listen. I have a question. As we know, uncontrollable inbreeding can cause regression of lack of genetic resources of animal. So what kind of farm management which can prevent uncontrollable inbreeding, mostly in traditional farm? Please, Prof.
Okay. Talking about inbreeding is very interesting. Okay. Most of the local animal is a kind of what I should say resistant to the inbreeding, because if you look at local chicken, naturally they cross each other in very close related thing in cattle and so on. It means that local animal is used to face the inbreeding. And yes, maybe in a certain level, their production is decreased, but the decrease is not the same as when the inbreeding affect the exotic animal. So exotic animal usually in every 1% reducing a certain amount of production. So this is very rapidly reducing the reproduction, the hatchability, and so on, the production, the survivability. So inbreeding is we can avoid the inbreeding by applying management. Okay, by rotating the female and by just increasing the number of female in the population is really dramatically can reduce the inbreeding. So it means that inbreeding is a problem, but it's not a huge problem, a big problem if we understand deeply about the inbreeding. So if we keep animal for a long time in a certain area, yes, inbreeding is become a big problem. But by rotating the male and female, and then we can reduce the inbreeding. But unfortunately, artificial insemination is not doesn't have the record. So we don't know what kind of semen that used, whether this came from one female and maybe only two female that's circulating across Indonesia. We don't know because there is no recording. So that's why one thing that we can solve in breeding is the very good management in the breeding center, like artificial insemination in Singosari, in Lembang, and so on, by applying a management of circulating the male in a certain area in one area. So if you look at the modern breeding technique in the developed country, there's one farmer, member of corporation, they don't have to think about inbreeding because as a member, they have a service from the corporation because they apply mechanically. And this is already known by the corporation whether they should replace the male or female. So they just bring different cement, cross them, and then can solve the inbreeding. So that's why in developed countries like Finland, Sweden, the level of inbreeding is very low, even in dairy cattle. So you can imagine dairy cattle is very intensive and very small number of female that used for frozen semen, but they still can keep a very low number of inbreeding coefficient. So inbreeding is a problem, yes, but you can solve easily by applying a good breeding management. Okay, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you. Dian, do you have any comment?
No, thank you, Prof, for the answer.
Okay, you're welcome. Is there any other question, please? Okay, if there is no any other question, so I think we can finish this first session. Yeah, thank you again very much, Prof. Ronnie, for joining with us to give this kind of such information and also very interesting topic related to our local genetic resources in Indonesia specifically. And before we close for this session, there is a certificate appreciation from committee. For that, I invite Prof. Asep. Prof. Asep, are you there?
Yes, Pak Bai.
Okay, please to give a short speech and hand the certificate virtually to our speaker, Prof. Ronnie.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bai, for the moderator. And then also, of course, to Prof. Ronnie, we would like to thanks for a very interesting topic, had us broad knowledge about our local animal genetic resources and very interesting topic. So on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thanks to Professor Ronnie and really highly appreciate for the lecture, giving us the lecture. And then please accept the certificate. The certificate give to Professor Ronnie Rahmanur for giving the lecture in the summer course program 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ronnie.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Asep, as a chairman of this summer course program 2022. And now is our first session is finished. And then, yeah, before we close this first session, please, for all of participants, yeah, turn on your video because the committee will take a photograph. Please, committee.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bayhaki. For the participant, please turn on your camera and prepare yourself. I have 6 screens on my device. For the first screen, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. The second, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. And next, 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. And the last part. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arifin. Again, thank you very much, Prof. Ronnie, for your joining with us. Yeah, and please to give big applause virtually to Prof. Ronnie.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then that's all for this first session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Bayhaki. And then for the next session, please participants stay at Zoom because we want to next session is pretest, but don't worry, it's not actually not pretest, but like survey of expectation participant expectation. I will share the link. Wait a minute, please. Okay. You can write down in your device, or you can click at the chat room. Please fill in this survey. I will give you 10 minutes. Start right now. And Mas Dimas, please count down time. Thank you.
Tired of being afraid, but lately I lost my ways. What is love with the pain? It ain't home. You're watching me, but I'm below. When I get caught, I hope there's a kind of blackout it will take me home. So I walk into the dead of night, where my monsters like to hide. Chaos feels so good inside, no one knows. I lost control again. Always do the same and I'm to blame. I lost control again. I don't know who I am. Always do the same and I'm to blame. I lost control again. So take aim and fire away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The blood moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to save me. This all or nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to heal, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This all or nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. I need somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. my guard down, and then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved, but now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I let my guard down, then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved.
But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Not trying to be in there, not trying to be cool.
If you have any trouble with this link, please let me know.
Tell me, are you too? Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too. And I wanna see the sunrise and your singed dust, me and you, light it up on the run. Let's make love tonight. But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right there. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. Like a jacket, so do yours. We would roll down the rapids to find a wave that fits. Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too. And I wanna see the sunrise and your singed dust, me and you, light it up on the run. Let's make love tonight. But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. Could give love to your body, so only you that can stop it. Gonna give love to your body. But you'll never be alone. From dusk till dawn. With you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I will. With you from dusk till dawn. Till dawn. With you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. You have my heart. We'll never be worlds apart. Maybe in magazines, but you'll still be my star. Baby, 'cause in the dark you can't see shiny cars. That's when you'll need me there. With you I'll always share. Because when the sun shines, we'll shine together. Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'd always be a friend. Took an oath I'ma stick it out till the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella, Ella.
Okay, please be patient. Yeah, we're still waiting confirmation from the second lecturer. Pak Cahyo, are you there? I think we're waiting about 5 minutes. Okay, I got confirmation from the second lecturer. So maybe we can take a break first. So we will start 3:15, and then let's if you want need something or take a drink or eat something, just we will start at 3:15. Thank you, Prof. Roni, for your sharing knowledge and experience, and thank you, Pak Baihaki. We'll start at 3:15.
These fancy things will never come in between. You're part of my entity, here for infinity. When the world has took its part, when the world has dealt its cards, if the hand is hard, together we'll mend your heart. Because when the sun shines, we'll shine together. Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'd always be a friend. Took an oath, I'ma stick it out till the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, hey, hey, hey. Under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, hey, hey. You can run into my arms. It's okay, don't be alarmed. Come into me, there's no distance in between our love. I'm gonna let the rain pour. I'll be all you need and more. Because when the sun shines, we'll shine together. Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'd always be a friend. Took an oath, I'ma stick it out till the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, hey, hey, hey. Under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, hey, hey. You can stand under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, hey, hey, hey. Under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, hey, hey. Do you love the rain? Does it make you dance when you're drunk with your friends at a party? What's your favorite song? Does it make you dance? Do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. Do you miss the road that you grew up on? Did you get your middle name from your grandma? When you think about you forever now, do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. Ooh, want the good and the bad, everything in between. Ooh, gotta cure my curiosity. Oh yeah, I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. And I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you.
Loving can hurt. Loving can hurt sometimes, but it's the only thing that I know. When it gets hard, you know it can get hard sometimes. It is the only thing that makes us feel alive. We keep this love in a photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closed and our hearts were never broken and time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer to your eyes. Me, you won't never be alone. Wait for me to come home. Loving can heal. Loving can mend your soul. And it's the only thing that I know. I swear it will get easier. Remember that with every piece of you. And it's the only thing to take with us when we die. Keep this love in a photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closing, our hearts were never broken, and time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me close until your eyes meet. We won't never be alone. Wait for me to come home. Look into my eyes, you will see what you mean to me. Search your heart, search your soul, and when you find me there, you'll search no more.
true. Everything I do it for you. Look into your heart, you will find there's nothing left to hide. Take me as I am, take my life. I would give it all, I would sacrifice. Don't tell me it's not worth fighting for. I can't help it, it's nothing I want more. You know it's true. Everything I do it for you. There's no love like your love, and no other could give more love. There's nowhere unless you're there all the time, all the way, yeah. Look into your heart, babe. Oh, you can't tell me it's not worth trying for. I can't help it, it's nothing I want more. Yeah, I would fight for you, I'd lie for you, walk the world for you, I would die for you. You know it's true. Everything I do, I do it for you.
Everybody needs inspiration. Everybody needs a song, a beautiful melody. When the nights are long, 'cause there is no guarantee that this life is easy. When my world is falling apart, when there's no light to break up the dark, that's when oh, look at you. When the waves are flooding the shore and I can't find my way home anymore, that's when oh, look at you. When I look at you, I see forgiveness, I see the truth. You love me for who I am, like the stars hold the moon, right there where they belong. And I know I'm not alone, yeah, when my world is falling apart, when there's no light to break
at you, and you appear just like a dream to me, just like kaleidoscope colors that cover me. All I need, every breath that I breathe. Don't you know you're beautiful? Just like a dream to me.
Cheers to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back you. There's a time that I remember when I didn't know no pain, when I believed in forever and everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. 'Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, yeah. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back you. Memories bring back you. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost, when I felt alone, the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feel like a never, and it's letting on the dark. I'll carry these darkness for you, let you know I'll never drop. Hey. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah. But everything will be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, yeah. Cheers to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back you.
Don't work like they used to before, and I can't sweep you off of your feet. Will your mouth still remember the taste of my love? Will your eyes still smile from your cheeks? 'Cause baby, I touch of a hand. Well, me, I fall in love with you every single day. And I just wanna tell you I am. So honey, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Lay your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud. Maybe we found love right where we are. When my hair's all gone and my memory fades, when the crowds don't remember my name, when my hands don't play the strings the same way. Oh darling, I know you still love me the same. 'Cause honey, your soul could never grow old, it's evergreen. Baby, your smile's forever in my mind, in memory. I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe it's all part of a plan. I'll just keep on making the same mistake, hoping that you'll understand that, baby, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Lay your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud. Maybe we found love right where we are. We found love right where we are. And we found love right where we are. There goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the come a little closer, 'cause you look thirsty. I'ma make it better, slip it like a Slurpee.
Snow cone chili, get it free like Willy. In the jeans like Billy, you be popping like a Willy.
Even in the sun, you know I keep it icy. You could take a lick, but it's too cold to bite me.
Bird, bird, frozen, you the one being chosen. Play the part like Moses, keep it fresh like roses.
Looks so good, yeah, looks so sweet. Looking good enough to eat. Coldest with the kiss, so he call me ice cream. Catch me in the fridge, right where the ice be. Looks so good, yeah, looks so sweet. Baby, you deserve a treat. Diamonds on my wrist, so he call me ice cream. You could double dip, 'cause I know you like me. Ice cream, chillin', chillin', ice cream, chillin'. Ice cream, chillin', chillin', ice cream, chillin'. I know that my heart can be so cold, but I'm sweet, but you can put me in a cone. You're the only touch, yeah, to get me
chillin', ice cream, chillin', ice cream, chillin', chillin', ice cream, chillin', ice cream, chillin', chillin', ice cream.
Chillin' like a villain, yeah, rah, rah, rah. 미친 듯한 속도 in my life, alright. 너 못 발라, 너는 되게 원한다면 그냥 치름, 밀리스, 매일 버릇. 한여름 손목에 얼음. Keep it moving like my Lisa. Think you fly, but where you visa? Mona Lisa, kinda Lisa, needs an ice cream and a treat. Keep it moving like my Lisa. Think you fly, but where you visa? Mona Lisa, kinda Lisa, needs an ice cream and a treat.
Ice cream, ice cream, chillin'. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream.
Breathe in 숨을 내쉬고 두려움에 맞설 때 내게 들려온 한마디 조금 더 힘을 내라고 안개 속에 가려져 한 줄기 빛도 없이 고민하고 또 고민했었어 오늘의 나를 위해서 남과 다른 시선에 또다시 뒤처지는 그런 날들에 반대로 나를 일으켜 달려나가 지금부터 시작해봐 앞을 달려 Running running 세상에 소리쳐 막다른 길이 나타나도 난 괜찮아 지금부터 시작해봐 앞을 달려 Running running 너와 함께라면 모든 말 속 있어 끝없이 달려봐 거친 세상 속 삶이 나를 누르고 점점 버거워질 때 내게 건네온 그 손길 한 번 더 일어나라고 때론 울기도 하고 때론 소리치지만 내겐 절대로 지울 수 없는 나만의 중심이 있어 남과 다른 시선에 또다시 뒤처지는 그런 날들에 반대로 나를 일으켜 달려나가 지금부터 시작해봐 앞을 달려 Running running 세상에 소리쳐 막다른 길이 나타나도 난 괜찮아 지금부터 시작해봐 앞을 달려 Running running 너와 함께라면 모든 말 속 있어 끝없이 달려봐 거친 세상 속 서로에게 빛이 되는 간절했던 꿈 하나 지략했던 밤하늘도 또 한 번 이겨내면 돼 달려나가 I can be the one I want I love myself 잃어버린 나를 다시 찾을 거야 Running running 너와 함께라면 모든 말 속 있어 바라던 곳에 닿을 그날을 Cause I'm in the stars tonight So watch me bring the fire, set the night light Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll Kink out, kick the drum, rolling on like a rolling stone Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the brown Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea, and I'll get my ping pong This is getting heavy, can't hear the bass
놓을 순 없네 찬란한 빛을 향해 걸어 나를 가둘 듯한 미로 그럴 때마다 난 너를 기억해 내 꿈을 잊지 않게 해줘 별이 쏟아지는 곳에 우린 결국 함께한다고 You are my future, future all the time 힘든 시간들을 건너 너의 손을 잡고 싶어 You are my sunshine, sunshine oh.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Committee, shall we start now?
Yes, Pak Cahyo.
Arifin, are you there?
Yes, please, Pak Cahyo.
Okay, shall we start now or we should wait for a couple of minutes to wait to have more participants to join?
We can start now, right?
Okay, let's start now. All right, okay. All right, welcome back everyone to the second lecture sessions of today's summer course 2022, collaboratively under Department of Animal Productions and Technology, Faculty of Animal Science and Study Program of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Sumatra Utara. For the current sessions, it is my honor to be the chair. I'm Cahyo Budiman, will be chairing for the second lecture sessions. So after we had very interesting and educative lessons from the first speaker, Prof. Roni Rahmanur, we will have another lecture from our neighboring countries. The speaker is here. Prof. Azwan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, okay. All right, Miss, where are you? I cannot find your camera. All right, okay. All right, okay. So Dr. Azwan will be presenting, will be delivering his talk on the proteomic topics. Then for the next 50 minutes, and I think similar topics will also delivered by him, I think, in the previous summer course. But before he deliver his talk, allow me to briefly introduce the speaker. Pak Arifin, would you mind to share the screen? All right, okay. Any chance to slide some more? Okay, all right, okay. So our speaker for the second lecture sessions will be Associate Professor Dr. Azwan Awang from Faculty of Sustainable Agriculture from University Malaysia Sabah. He earned all degrees from University of Niigata in Japan, starting from the first degree in agriculture at the university back to 2002. And then I think I made a mistake here. And then after that, he continued to earn his master still in same university in the field of functional biology. and then he got his PhD also in the same university back to 2010 in Niigata University, Japan, in the field of the plant proteomics or agriculture proteomics. Before he joined the university, he was a research officer in Malaysia Cocoa Board from more than 10 years, since 2003. He also was a supervisor for Malaysian Cocoa Board Radiation Protection Committee. He is certified as a radiation protections officer, if I'm not mistaken. And then since then, he joined University of Malaysia Sabah from 2012 as an associate professor. He holds several management positions as a deputy dean for academic and student affairs, acting dean, deputy dean, and then also since last year he was appointed as a dean of Faculty of Sustainable Agriculture in the university. Next slide, please. He is running many research projects funded by the national agencies and also intramural grants by the university, as well as some collaborative projects with international bodies. This is some of the projects research projects with him. Next. And he received several prestigious awards locally and internationally. Since 2019 he is editorial member for Journal of Bangladesh Agriculture University and the Scopus Indexing, and then visiting scientist in Tokushima, and then got some medals and then some awards. As you can see here, I don't think I need to spend time for mentioning one by one. You can contact him further for more detail. All right, next. And then I think he also involved in several professional memberships, mostly in the proteomics associations, international plant proteomics organizations, Japanese Proteomics Society, Malaysian Genetic Society, Japanese Society for Plant Physiologists, Molecular Biology Society of Japan, Japan Society for Bioscience, Biotechnology, and Agrochemistry. I think by this, Dr. Ajwan, you will have about 50 minutes from now to telephone talk. Perhaps I would like to remind you that most of the participants are actually undergrad students, and then some of them are also PhD and master students. Your topics will be, for some of the participants, will be quite new. But for your information, maybe in IPB, in Faculty of Animal Science, we have a subject called as OMIC for undergrad students, which also cover proteomics topics and then open for all the students from Madiun University. So perhaps your topic will be, I think, relevant for our student as well. All right, and then I think 50 minutes is including Q&A sessions. I'm glad if you can spare about 10 minutes for Q&A if there is a comments or questions from the participants. Please, Pak, share the screen is yours.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dr. Chayo. That was a lengthy introduction. So, right. Thank you very much as well. It's my sincere thank you to IPB for inviting me to give lectures to the students for today's event. Yeah. All right. Let me try to share first. Yeah.
Okay, while waiting Dr. Ajwan to share full screen, I just would like to remind the participants, whenever you have questions, perhaps you can text your questions in the chat room, and then I will convey later on to the speaker. And then also don't forget to mark your attendance through the link that will be circulated by the committee. If you prefer to verbally convey your questions to the speaker, to let me know, to chat me through the chat box. Yeah? Thank you.
All right, is the slides, can you see the slide?
Yes, but I think it's not in full slide. So are you using full screen?
I'm using full screen.
It's I can see the slide, the next slide.
Oh, is that the one? Okay, hold on.
Yes, yes. I think you have to switch the screen.
Hold on. Okay, then that will be okay.
Right. Perfect.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Okay. Well, proteomics in agriculture, but mostly we'll see later on example in livestock research. All right. hopefully by the end of these lectures that you can define proteomics and perhaps describe some of the basic proteomic techniques and technology, and finally give some examples how you can use proteomics in some of the agricultural research. Yeah. So the content of the presentation will be as follows. Yeah. According to our objectives just now, right? I try my best to give as fundamental as it can be. All right. So let's start with the introductions. Yeah. Everything should start with definitions. Proteomes come from the word protein that complemented of a genome. So they took the word protein and genome, so it became proteome. But remember that protein is dynamic. I mean, the expression is dynamic. So it must be very specific at time as well as locations. Yeah. So when we talk about proteome, it must be expression of proteins specific at certain time at certain locations. Right. So the word proteomics is the study of proteomes, coined by Professor Wilkins from Australia. Right. So we know proteins are the workers that do most of the things in cells. Yeah, they are the messengers, and most of them, they are enzymes. They can be as well as structural components. So they do lots of things in cells. They are very important. They are the workers. Yep. So the importance of the proteins, if you remember back on the olden days, whereby because there are various functions, lots of structures, and there are plenty of types of proteins, people have thought that protein was the genetic materials, right? Before the blender experiments was conducted. So that's how various proteins are. So they are very important, yeah? So studying, if we would like to study about what happens, what is the cause of certain phenotype or traits, we would like to understand what is the mechanism of certain phenomenon in cells or at molecular stage. So we would like to see, we look back at how proteins are expressed. So we can look at DNA levels, all right, because we know that this is a central dogma of molecular biology. So we have transcriptions from DNA to mRNA, then there's the translations and become proteins, and proteins will become the workers in the cells. So you want to understand at genomic level, means that we study at DNA, means that we only see what can happen, right? We look at transcriptomics, what appears to be happening, but when we study protein, which is proteomics, we actually trying to understand what makes it happen. Yeah. So, well, basically proteins, as you can see here, DNA is just is a blueprint. Yeah. But some people says that it's not just a blueprint recently, right? mRNAs are just the messengers, right? And protein are the brick and mortars, right? In the cells, in a molecular level. So looking at protein is very important because they are the one who doing the jobs. So these are the advantage, and most of them already been mentioned just now. And perhaps at the end there, if we compare looking at transcription level or translation levels, mRNA sometimes when they transcript with correlation of proteins, they have some poor correlation. So it's better that if you want to look at the expressions, we look at the protein levels. Yep. So we jump straight into techniques and technologies in proteomics. All right, there are plenty of things when people can talk about so many applications, but then most of the discussion today will talk about protein expression profiling. This is where people do lots of things using proteomics. Okay, and of course, protein-protein interaction is very important here. All right. And when we look at technologies, there are many technologies in proteomics. But for today's discussion, we'll just talk about here the things that in red we call as gel-based proteomics, or the other one is the gel-free proteomics. Yep, right. So we define our discussion today. So we look into the workflow of proteomics. Whatever proteomics you do, so this is the general workflow. You have samples. The first thing that you need to do is to extract your protein, definitely. Then we have a lot of proteins there. So if you want to profile the proteins, it's better we categorize them. All right, we separate them. Or the word here is fractionations. All right. So it is also like it's a basic in science, right? We cataloging things, so it becomes simpler for us to analyze, right? So we fractionate our proteins, right? And then we do analysis what we want here, and then later on, if you find something interesting, then you would like to identify what are those proteins, right? So these are the general workflow. But then based on fractionation method here, okay, we will split into, whether it is gel-based means that we separate our proteins in gel, right? So we have two main methods here. Either one dimension, we separate our protein based on molecular weight, or we separate our protein based on isoelectric point and molecular weights, right? The other one is without gel, we call it gel-free, right? So separation mostly been done using high performance liquid chromatography. We separate based on the charge of the peptides and as well hydrophobicity of peptides. Yeah. If we deal with gel-based, we'll deal with intact protein. If we deal with gel-free, we have to digest our protein into peptides first. Then we talk about that, why we need to do that, right? Okay, for identification, you need mass spectrometry, right? And some bioinformatics there. Okay, so this is the general workflow. So we'll go one by one. We go first for gel-based, then we look into gel-free, right? And we look a bit on mass spectrometry later on and how we can identify protein by using mass spectrometry with the help of bioinformatics. All right, okay, for gel-based proteomics, okay, this is an old technology, but still people are using it, still valid and still powerful, right? It's good if we have like low complexity, means that our protein is not that complex, or we already enrich our proteins, right? And we combine with shotgun platform, but later on that we talk about that later. But anyways, if you would like to do gel-based proteomics, so these are the workflow. As previously mentioned, we have to extract our protein and then we do our separation of fractionations. Now, if we do fractionation just based on molecular weight, okay, this is what we call as one-dimensional. It's just using SDS page, all right? That's the technique that we will use. The two-dimensional means that we increase the resolutions, right? We separate 2 times, right? So we separate our protein based on isoelectric point. Isoelectric point is where our protein charge net become, isoelectric point is where the pH of a protein charge net becomes 0, right? Okay. So we call it isoelectric focusing, right? And then after that, follow it SDS page. So that will be two-dimensional electrophoresis. Okay, so after we fraction our protein, we would like to see them because we cannot see your protein naked with naked eyes on gel. So you have to visualize them by using either staining, colorimetric, or we can use fluorescence, right? What will be the difference? Colorimetric, cheap, fluorescent, expensive. Expensive stuff, sensitive. Colorimetric, okay. So we have few colorimetric staining that can show your proteins, right? The popular one are Kumesi Brilliant Blue staining, or the other one is silver staining. Silver staining is more sensitive compared to Kumesi Brilliant Brew or CBB. Okay, so after you see your proteins now, okay, so you would like to analyze your proteins. You would like to count perhaps how many proteins that you found. Okay, what is the density of your protein? So perhaps you can correlate later on the expression levels. So we have to analyze our image, right? By the help of software, right? Then if we found, let's say, okay, I found proteins that is rare or interesting based on perhaps maybe based on the location or perhaps based on the expressions. So you would like to identify what protein is that? You have to go through in gel digestion because our protein is in gel. So we need to digest our gel into peptides. Then we subject to mass spectrometry, database searching, and then we can identify our protein. How to do that? I will explain later on. Yep. Okay. Let's look into examples so perhaps that you can understand better. Let's say that we would like to know, we have two conditions here, one healthy cells and one sick cells, right? Condition A and B, right? So we would like to know what is the difference in terms of the protein expression in a healthy cells compared to unhealthy cells, right? First, we need to isolate the proteins, right? Because inside the cells, right, there are plenty of non-proteinaceous molecules. We have to remove them, right? So either depends on your species, depend on the tissues as well, all right? So you might want to precipitate your protein or solubilize your protein into a buffer or something, right? That depends, okay? Like plants is quite we call it recalcitrant tissues because it's quite difficult. There are lots of these secondary metabolites that will interrupt on the subsequent analysis, right? Usually for animals, we don't have that much problems, right? Okay. So you isolate your proteins. Now remember the first one that we would like to separate based on molecular weight. So we use this technique, SDS page, sodium dodecyl sulfate polyacrylamide gel electrophoresis. It is a gel, semi-solid, right? Gel. Inside the gel is like a net with a specific size of pores. You can control that, all right? So that gel is made based on acrylamide and bisacrylamide. Okay, so these two molecules are polymers. So they are making the net inside there, all right? So your proteins, like thousands of protein, will get charged from SDS. They will become negative charge. They will move toward positive charge after you switch on the current. So they will move based on their size. Large molecules large proteins will move slower, and then small proteins will move faster. Okay, after a certain time, then you stop. Then you will get a good separation based on molecular weight. So this is some of the example. How does it look like? I'm sure that many of you have seen that apparatus. Okay, let's say that we have something like this. Just imagine that all these are different proteins with different molecular weights, all right? So high molecular weight proteins are on the top, low molecular weight proteins at the bottom here, all right? So you cannot see the proteins, and you have to visualize using staining, and you will see the after staining, all right? You will see the proteins in the shape of bands, all right? With different degree of density, all right? So for example, yeah, lots of proteins like this, right? On the top here, looks like stars and this pyramid here. Okay, that it resembles one very dense bands here. Okay, but we never know whether it is one protein, two protein, because many proteins can have exactly same molecular weights. All right, same as well as this. Right, you have two types of proteins, but you only can see as one band because they are separated based on molecular weight. If they have same molecular weight, then they will they will be separated and you can see on the same location there. Okay, right? So you have your gel, then you scan them so you can get the image, right? So let's say is that we have a situation there. We have healthy and sick cells, all right? We want to compare what type of protein perhaps that differ between these situations. So we can do that and run SDS page, and then you can see some differences here, all right? For examples, all right, there's bottom here, you can find this protein only bands can be found only in healthy but not in sick, right? This band here is very dense, right? Okay, because there are lots of numbers of proteins here, but two proteins we never know, all right? Okay, we cannot know based on first dimension, all right? We just think that it is one protein here, same as well as others, all right? Here some proteins got post-translational modification, okay, so it shift up one band here, all right? We never know about that, but it's exactly the same protein here. We don't know that. Okay, that is some disadvantage of a 1D SDS page. All right. So to solve the problem here, we can increase the resolutions by using two-dimensional electrophoresis, whereby first we fragment our proteins by using isoelectric point. Okay. So we use a strip like this. Okay, if I were this guy, I won't hold that by bare hands, all right? Never use bare hand when you work with proteins, all right? So you have a strip, basically it's just a strip of plastic with a dried gel, okay? So you incubate your protein samples with the strips. So your protein will get into the dry gel and the dry gel will get hydrated, all right? Then you put into this type of machines, all right? This machine is just generating voltage up to like 8,000. Some I think goes to 10,000, all right? So it can kill you basically if you open and touch, all right? So we separate protein based on the isoelectric point. So the strip has different gradients of pH. Yeah, so it will move towards it will move and stop at where the protein charge becomes 0. Okay, right. Then after that, you use that strip and separate using SDS page. Now you can see if you compare by using SDS page, if you use 2 times separation, you will get better resolutions. Now you can see, that's the protein here, okay? Not in here, all right? You have maybe these spots here, all right? Proteins here, okay? Not here, but it's going up here, all right? We have one here, proteins here, all right? But not in healthy. So that's how the analysis been done. Of course, this is very simple examples that you can use your own eye and detect. But actual sample will have like hundreds or thousands of proteins that you will see as a spots, all right? Then you need the help of software to help you to detect and to compare, all right? Okay. All right, there is another method whereby for here you have to use 2 gels, right? So you can still use one gel, what they call as 2 differential in gel electrophoresis or DIGE, whereby if you have 2 proteins, you will label by using different fluorescence label. For example, a blue one with a yellow one. So you can pull them together after your label. Then you can run to the electrophoresis one time, okay, and you can see the proteins will, you can see the different based on the overlapping. If there is the same protein, you will see them as overlaps. If not, then you can see that as a single color, all right? But this is pretty expensive and you need a specific densitometer scanner. Nowadays, not much people go into this because it's expensive, all right? So to give a some image, right? You have, this is example of large format SDS patch. Okay, the gel size is around 24 centimeter. All right, 24 times 24. You need to have a cooling unit because large gel will produce heat. Heat is bad for electrophoresis because it will produce smiley gel. Gel will looks like a smiling face. All right. Okay, that shows a gel that's stained with Kumasi Brilliant Blue. All right, Kumasi Brilliant Blue looks nice because it's less sensitive. You use silver staining, if you're not careful, then you will find that your protein spots will be simply like a dirt. All right. Okay, that's the densitometer. This is a good densitometer. Normal densitometer is just like a scanner. Nowadays people don't use normal scanners, all right, where you can lift up and then put your gel and shut it off and then just switch on the computer and you use the software to help you to analyze with your proteins, all right? Okay, all right. So a bit about mass spec, okay? Mass spec or mass spectrometer or MS is a machine that measures masses. That's all it does, right? And the unit of the mass that it measures is based on mz, okay? Mass divided by charge, all right? Okay. So a basic component of MS, just at least you know, okay, you have ion source, an analyzer, and a detector, all right? And mass spec have different types based on ion source. You might have heard about metric assisted laser desorption ionization, MALDI, or electrospray ionization, ESI. This is how the machines will ionize your protein or peptides. Then you have analyzer, all right, with the quadrupole, time of flight, okay, Fourier transfer, ion traps, right? So it depends on the ion source, depends on analyzers. You have different type of mass spectrometer, all right? And of course, later on, you have detectors, all right? So the basic component of MS, all right? This is just show you how you apply for MALDI. MALDI, your sample will get dry in this, you can see circles there, you put your samples there, here. And then for ESI, it's still in liquid, and then the machine will put some electric charge, then your protein and peptide inside there will get charged and fly inside the analyzers. This is an all ionization source, all right? Nowadays, you don't have this. It's already automated and it's already got covered. Those days when I used this, I always got electrocuted by accidentally touching this place, right? All right, that is MALDI. All right, that is one example of LC-MS called Orbitrap. Yeah, it's an expensive machine, definitely, and you need some money to maintain it as well. And as well, you need a clean space to ensure that the machine will work well. Okay. Now, okay, you would like, let's say that you find some band or spots of interest. Okay, to analyze, you have to cut them down, right? Remove the stain, and you have to you have to cut your protein into peptides by using protease, for example, trypsins. And then you have to take out your peptides, and after that you can analyze by using MS. Why you have to digest? Okay, this is why, right? So let's say we have our proteins here, right? Okay, they have specific sequence of proteins, amino acids, sorry. So if you digest with protease, for example, trypsin, it will produce fractions of small polypeptides, all right? And they have specific mass. Each of the polypeptide has specific mass for specific proteins, right? So we subject this tryptic digest into mass spec, and then mass spec will measure the mass. That's what all it does, all right? And it will come out as a spectrum like this, right? 200 mZ, 300 mZ. Just show you, okay, you have a peptide with 200 MZ, 300 MZ, 400, 450, and so on. Okay, so you have this pattern of spectrum of your triptych digest. Okay, so by using this, okay, by using software, okay, the software will search in database, whereby that database comes from genome sequence. All right, they do in silico. They have like millions of genes in the database, and based from that database, they can predict what is the pattern of the spectrum of the proteins. All right, so they go and search like Google. All right, so they'll find that, okay, there's one protein that is exact match or very close to what your spectrum has, and they will give you with that your identity of your proteins. All right, okay. Now we can further analyze the polypeptides. All right, we can further fraction them. Let's say this polypeptide here, we can further fraction them. Maybe you heard about MS, means that this is first MS. Then you select this, you further fractionize them. They will become smaller, sometimes become only 1 amino acids. Okay, if you're lucky, right? You can basically sequence your polypeptides, all right? So by using this MS spectrum as well, will give you a better, will help you in a better identifications. So either it based on database, you go and search like this, or if you have sequence, you can do homology search, which is wonderful. Okay, so that is how you get your proteins, right? Okay, some protein just, you know, that's why if you remember that I said that if you're lucky, right? Because some proteins, they just resist to be fractions, right? Okay. And if you use ESI, electrospray is much better in terms of fractionation rather than MALDI. But MALDI is quicker compared to ESI. You can get results just within 5 minutes with MALDI, I guess. But if you use ESI, LC-MS, well, 3 hours like that. Okay, so you use database. It's just like Google. So what you do, you bring your spectrum to a software like this. It's called Mascot, right? Usually we don't touch that much on the setting, but if you want to change the setting, you have to know what you're doing, because it will affect the results definitely. Okay, so example, it will come something like this. All right, so you have here the first match is probable transcription factor. Wow, this is wonderful, because transcription factor usually is a low abundant protein. So if you found something like this, something that make you happy. Okay, and remember that if you work with protein, you don't wear gloves, and then you don't take care about your cleanliness, most of the time you will get keratins. Then that will be something that sad, because you have to do one again. All right, okay, so that is the workflow for gel-based. It's about the same with gel-free proteomic. It's just that if gel-free, okay, you have extraction. Remember that now you have to digest first with trypsin or with protease, not necessarily trypsins, all right? So you digest first, and then you have to fractionize them. You look at chromatography. First, usually with ion exchange based on charge. Then after that, reverse phase based on hydrophobicity. So your tryptic digest will be fractionized, and then you run it into mass spec, do database searching, and you can identify your protein. You have to have a good software and a powerful computer to do this, all right? So this is one example, because remember, mass spectrometry is good in terms of qualitative. They are not meant for quantitative in the first place. Quantitative means that they can measure, right? They can measure mass, right? But in terms of concentrations of the proteins, they are not, basically they are not good with that. So this is one way how we can do quantitative work by using gel-free proteomics. For example, we have two situations here. Well, for example, just now we discussed about healthy situation and sick situations. First, we digest our proteins, all our proteins inside there, we digest them. Then we label. This is just one brand of labeling. They call it isobaric tagging nowadays. All right. I track. Okay. Those days, I track, I think, until up to 3. Nowadays, you can tag up until 11. All right. Means that you can have 11 samples that you can pull together, and then you can run only one time. Then you can get, you can do analysis easier. Right. So you tag your proteins, peptides, and then you pull them, right? And the tag only differ at 1 mz, right? Then you run into HPLC and subject to mass spec, right? And until up to MSMS, you got your spectrum. And the quantifications of the proteins is based on peptides here, is based on your label here, okay? If you have a lot of proteins, let's say this 114 is lower compared to 115, means that, okay, the expressions of, let's say on situation B is higher, that proteins particularly expression is higher compared to in situation B. All right. All right, 15 minutes already. So if we talk about what's the difference between gel-based and gel-free, we can talk like half a day, but usually this will be reasonable. If you do gel-based, you get the intact proteins, okay? Getting intact protein, you will get extra information that you cannot get from gel-free, because you get intact protein, you know the molecular weight, you can know the isoelectric point. So that is very important, that can help you in identification of your proteins. But it's time consuming because you have to prepare gel, right? This is very cumbersome. I always say to my students that gel-based is more like science with art, okay? You have to prepare your gels. Larger gel, you will get, you have to have a good hands to produce that, okay? But with gel-free, you have a wider range for hydrophobicity, molecular weight, and also PI, because if you use gel, you have limitation on your size of your gel. And with gel-based as well, it's not good in terms of resolubilizing protein that very hydrophobic, and as well as protein that attached to membrane, right? Okay, they're not good to be resolved in gel, right? But remember that you have, because you need to have all your protein to be solubilized, so you can do tryptic digest, and after that subject to mass spec, okay? So it depends as well on your budget, okay? But a robust one, we will say that gel-free is more robust compared to gel-based. But nevertheless, okay, this is one examples. Each of the techniques have their own uniqueness, okay? For example, this one paper here is quite old, but then they look, when they use 2D gel, okay, they use as well 2D liquid chromatography. This is another one, it's a combination of gel and gel-free, okay? We didn't discuss that, okay? But you can see that, all right? Overlapping proteins based on these 3 methods, 140, but then you still have, only if you use gel, you have 193 in this case. If you only use gel-free, 167. If a combination of those 2 techniques, you have 204. So each technique is unique. So we never say that one unique was a gel-free will solve all my problems. No, okay. All the techniques that we have can combine to get, because proteome is so vast, right? All right, let's see how these proteomics are applied in livestock research, particularly. I'm not expert on each of the issues there, but we see how it's been used, right? So number one, okay, scientists here would like to see, okay, what is different in protein expression in liver with 2 types of cattle. one with low residual feed intake, RFI, and one with high RFI. Low RFI means that they are efficient, right? More efficient. High RFI means that they are less efficient in terms of using food, right? So they use gel base. They found that 70 to 74 proteins were differentially expressed. Means that when you found numbers of protein that differentially expressed, means that yes, these two are really different, right, in terms of proteins in liver. All right. So that's how they see their proteins. Okay. The one that you see is it's supposed to be like spots, but the red one is from software. The software helps to detect, right? Detect the locations and then as well as the expression level of the proteins, right? Then they found something like this on less efficient. They found proteins that related to oxygen transport and blood flow, they said, okay? They also found heat shock cognate 71 kilodalton protein.
Razwan, sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
We have less than 5 minutes left.
Oh, less than 5 minutes. I'm sorry then. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
All right.
Because
okay. Anyways,
we have also some questions to others actually.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just one more. Okay. So they found that. All right. Well, basically, you can differentiate. All right. An high RFI and low RFI cattle by using proteomics. But this is one that's very close to me. I like this work very much. It's very simple, but then for me, it's very meaningful and helpful. You have Kashmiri cattle and Jersey cattle here. Okay, of course, they produce milk, right? They want to know what is the difference in terms of quality of the two milk based on proteins, right? So they do gel-free approach, remember and they found that 180 protein are differentially expressed, means that, well, these two are really different. And they found out that, okay, look at Kashmiri cattle, right? They found that these 3 proteins related to immune, okay, systems are highly expressed in Kashmiri cattle. And also they found that this flavin containing monooxygenase 3, okay, 17 times fold, means that they are 17 times higher expressions in Kashmiri cattle compared to Jersey cattle, all right? So these proteins are very important, immune-related proteins, okay, can give you some nutritional value. Those who drinks can be infant or probably can be the infant of the cattle itself, right? And this protein here is very interesting because this protein can metabolize drug, means that they can render toxics into natural being, right? And also this enzyme as well, okay, or proteins, okay, they can catalyze trimethylamine, which have fishy odor, into odorless substance, trimethylamine and oxides. All right. Sometimes when we drink milk, we found that there is some particular smells or taste. All right. So they show that in terms of at protein levels, there are differences, and some proteins are very beneficial. They can use this, you know, to promote perhaps Kashmiri cattle, which they own breed, I think. All right, for good business. All right. So you can use proteomics to differentiate two cattle breeds, and right, those functional proteins are very unique, so they can use that, okay, to increase their business opportunities. All right, I will skip these two. They are about the same, how they use proteomics in trying to find some phenomena in livestock. All right, okay. So to summarize, okay, we understand now what is the definition of proteomics. We know that we have, well, there are other several ways, but we learned that we have gel-based and gel-free. Both are very beneficial, that helping in the study of things that important in agriculture. All right. So try proteomics in your research. Okay, I think that it will be helpful in explaining some of the phenomena that you would like to analyze. Okay, with that, I will say thank you very much for lending your ears for 40 minutes. This is our campus in Sandakan, Sabah, Malaysia. All right. If you have time, please come. All right. Thank you very much again, and I'm looking forward for questions. Thank you, Dr. Chayo.
Thank you, Dr. Azwan, for very interesting talk on fundamental things on proteomic. Yet you deliver very in very good way. So I think I received actually about 7 questions. Some are in public chat and also some are in a private room. But I don't think we have time to entertain all. But maybe we can go 1 or 2 questions. The first one is maybe from UPM. Is it not? So from what you presented just now, does it mean it's not advisable to detect plants protein by using gel method?
Sorry, I can't hear that.
Does it mean the gel-based method is not advisable for the proteomics, particularly for the plant proteins, you said?
No, you can use both basically. You can use both. Okay, of course, nowadays people are more into gel-free, but gel-free proteomics, provided that you have all this instrument, because it's a bit expensive. But then I show that even though people sometimes they said, okay, gel-free is the in thing now, that is a robust technique, but we have to understand there's no one technique that can cover all proteome, because proteome is so vast. All right, so it depends on your budget. It depends on your lab as well. Not necessarily gel-based is bad.
So basically, it's complement each other. Huh?
Yep. Definitely.
All right, maybe 1 more questions to address. It's very technical things. I have question from Naufal, UNG, University Negeri Jakarta, Jakarta State University. I have questions. It's very basic questions and technical questions, perhaps, Dr. Azwan. When we use SDS patch, Western blot, and so on for protein analysis.
When we use SDS patch, Western blot. Okay. All right. Well, those are terms basically. Well, the general term is electrophoresis. Electrophoresis is a method where you separate molecule with charge. All right. So depends on what charge they have, and they will move into the opposite charge. All right. That is electrophoresis. Right. Then we have SDS patch, whereby that patch is just a name of a gel made from acrylamide. Okay, usually we will use for proteins. Well, DNA also can use SDS patch basically. All right. Well, Western blot is for immunology, right?
Okay. All right. We have about 4 more questions. I think that the time is up now. I will convey to you in written ways. Perhaps if you have time later on, perhaps you can address and then I can deliver to the participants later on. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Azwan, for the talk and the lecture for all the students. I would like to, the committee is, are you there, Dr. Arifin? Before we close, before we end, there will be a token appreciation from the committee in form of the certificate. Of course, it's online certificate, but we will send you by email as well. I would like to invite Dr. Ma'ruf Taksin from University Sumatera Utara for delivering the certificate appreciations to Dr. Azwan. Pak Ma'ruf.
Okay, I already here. Okay, I want to say thank you to Prof. Azwan Awang. Nice presentation about proteomics. I think our student had more knowledge. So for Professor Dr. Azwan Awang, we give a certificate appreciation to joining this summer course. Thank you, Prof. Azwan Awang.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm very honored.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ma'ruf Taksin. Thank you also, Dr. Azwan, for being with us today. So by this, I would like to end up the second lecture session by giving back the screen to the committee. Pak Arifin, please. By this, the session is adjourned. I close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone.
Pak Jaya, maybe we will take a picture together.
Oh yeah, all right, okay. So please.
Okay. I have 5 screens. Please smile for all participants. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. The second screen. 1, 2, 3. The third. 1, 2, 3. The next. 1, 2, 3. And the last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you everyone. Azwan, I will send you the questions that we haven't answered yet.
Yeah, I will answer them. I promise.
All right, thank you everyone. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. And the next section is Pak Bayhaqi to moderate the session.
Okay, so should we start now?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, maybe we have to take a break, maybe 3 minutes, and then later on we can start.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay, everyone, I think we can start for the third session of our lecture for today. Before we start, I will invite Professor Mehmet Ulasinar. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much for joining with us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our lecture session is about to begin, and therefore please to be ready for the audience. Again, I will remind you that please to turn on your camera and to mute your microphone. And good afternoon, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the summer school joining program between IPB and North Sumatra University. My name is Muhammad Baihaqi, lecturer in Faculty of Animal Science, IPB University. I am going to be the moderator for this third session. And this third lectures or session will be given by Prof. Mehmet Ulas Sinar. I hope I did not mistake to spelling that. Yeah, before we start, I'd like to briefly introduce about him. As you can see in this screen, Professor Mehmet Ulas Sinar. Please next. Professor Ulas Sinar was born in Turkey in 1979. He is now professor in animal science at RCS University, Turkey. He worked at the Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, RCS University, Turkey. Next, please. Professor Ulas Sinar has been completed both of the bachelor and master degree from Faculty of Animal Science in İGİ University, Izmir, Turkey. Meanwhile, for PhD program has been completed in the University of Bonn, Germany in 2010. He also has experience to did, please previously, back again to the previous slide, please. Committee, please. To back again to the previous slide. Yes, previous slide. The slide before. No. To go up. No, go up. Is to go up once more. Yes, I just want to mention about his experience in postdoctoral program in the University of Bonn and also from Washington State University, USA. Next slide, please. Okay, regarding the publication, he has plenty article that been published in international journal. Please, next one. As you can see here, his Scopus citation H index is 22 with total citation more than 2,200 has been cited by the other authors. Next. He also has several scholarship and also awarded, you can see here, such as in International Society of Animal Genetics Travel Award in 2016 and also as Best Oral Presenter in 2017. Okay, next. And this last but not least, he also has many experience in international lecturing program abroad, in Hungary, let's say, and Germany, Italy, and also I think last year at IPB University in Indonesia. Okay, next one. For this summer course 2022 from IPB and also University of Sumatera Utara, Professor Ulas Sinar will have a topic regarding current livestock genetics research in Turkey. Okay, thank you. That's my brief introduction about our speaker for this afternoon. So the screen and time is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Baihaqi, so for nice introduction, and also I am very pleased to meet you again. So like last year, so it was very great honor for me to join this summer course. I always appreciate the organizers for inviting me. So may I request a screen share or may I share? I don't know if I have authorization.
I think you can share by yourself.
Okay. So I did. So today I would like to give you information as Mr. Chairman mentioned. So the genetics of livestock actually current status in Turkey. So I would like to mention about that one. So maybe some of you know about some of you know more about Turkey, and some of you more about a little bit less know about Turkey. Actually, Turkey is, as you know, located between Europe and Asia, as we can describe as geographically. I mean that. So in some aspects, it's involved in Europe. In some aspects, it's involved in Middle East or Near East, or in some aspects also. If Turkey is included to the Asia, I mean that. So since it is different, how can I say, the geological definitions for Turkey, or I can say that it is Anatolia, I mean that. So it is somehow like a bridge between Asia and Europe. So therefore, the animal diversity or livestock diversity, animal and so in general, I mean that animal and plant or so diversity is very rich due to this. How can I say? I can say that it is mentioned as a bridge between Near East, Middle East, or even Africa to the Europe. So different hypotheses mentioned that animal species or plant species is transferred from Africa after evolving in Africa, or after evolving in we can say that in Middle East. So then they are transferring to the Europe or other part of the world. So the Anatolia or Turkey is somehow acted, I mean that in the previous time, acted as a bridge. Yeah. So therefore, the diversity, so animal or plant diversity is very high. And also the livestock is affected from this diversity. As maybe you know that, so Turkey is also consisting some of the, so we can say that fertile crescents. So it is mentioned in livestock genetics or livestock diversity papers. You can see about, or you can hear, or you can read about fertile crescent. This fertile crescent is starting point is Turkey, and it is going through the nowadays, I mean that through the Iraq and through the, how can I say, other Middle East countries, but mainly it is shared with Turkey and Iraq. And the scientists are thinking that, so especially small ruminants, mainly actually the sheep is evolved here and distributed other part of the world from that region, and some plant species as well, like wheat, the first agriculture. And nowadays, so there are some certain clues in archaeology or archaeobiology, I mean that. So the domestication center of the, so the main, especially small ruminants at that time, so maybe not the big ruminants was not bred at that time, but for the small ruminants, the southeast of Turkey, which is called today Göbekli Tepe, it's very, now it is the time is showing that the date is going through the, so 10,000 before Christ actually, which date, this date is so coinciding with the starting of the domestication of animals actually. So that's why the Anatolia or Turkey, I mean that is very rich of livestock species as well. Today I would like to mention about how we can, how can I say, conserve this, or how we cannot conserve this genetic species or livestock diversity, and what we are doing for conserving, and also what we are doing to improve, I mean that for modern selection methodologies, how it is applied in Turkey. I would like to mention about some of this information, and I would like to share with you. So as you can share, maybe as you can see in the slide, so this is the list of registered local animal breeds, types, lice, and layer hybrids in Turkey actually. And the list is so quite many, I mean that. So it is starting with cattle, I mean that the big ruminant breeds, the cattles, and so continuing with sheep breeds, goat breeds, poultry and small domestic animals like cats, like dogs, and also honeybees, I mean that. So honeybee is also very diverse still diverse in Turkey. So, and the Ministry of Agriculture made the catalog of, and also officially registered, genetically registered of these animals. And so now they have an official registration, I mean that genetically, phenotypically, and also maybe biochemically, so with different types of markers. So Ministry of Agriculture so registered this and native species. And so there are some non-native species also, but I don't want to mention, we will mention, but I would like to mainly mention about the genetic resources of Turkey, because I give so much importance to this domestic species. I mean that indigenous breeds, they are very, for me, in my opinion, they are very important both so strategically and both for scientifically. So they are so much important. But so as you can see, so the sheep breeds are a little bit more than cattle breeds, but cattle breeds, so we are trouble in cattle breeds actually. So we are due to this now maybe most probably in Indonesia, the cattle breeding in Turkey as well. So it's done with the I mean that imported breeds, such as the most famous one is Holstein. So and also nowadays it is very popular Simmental and other many breeds in time to time imported to Turkey and distributed to farmers to increase the milk production qualities and meat quality, such kind of things. Yeah. So Ministry of Agriculture did these decisions. So and then they allowed to import these animal breeds from different, mainly from Europe countries and especially from United States. But this makes a lot of trouble to Turkey. So because maybe in this month, my opinion actually, because this importation, how can I say, decisions give even before I born. Yeah? So maybe in 50 years ago, in 60 years ago, but the farmers was not ready for that one. And then that's why, so they, without knowing, so maybe willingly or unwillingly, they mated these imported breeds with the indigenous breeds to make. So they thought that, so that we would like to, how can I say, mix these breeds, and we would like to, how can I say, handle many better breeds. So means that both adapted to this country, and they would like to utilize the milk, how can I say, milk quality of Holstein and other. The Simmental is pretty new, but mainly in Holstein. So or maybe so we call it. Montafon. So the breed is coming from, I mean, the Austria. So they try to mate these indigenous cattle breeds with these breeds and to handle better adapted, locally adapted and better milk yield traits. But this was the big mistake. So because so the ministry cannot, how can I say, handle this situation. So I think in a good manner. But the local breeds disappear, vanish. So by this decision, so this was a very tragic, how can I say, for Turkey nowadays. So only some, how can I say, some cattle breeds found. So I mean that in situ conservation. So lastly, in the last 10 years, Ministry of Agriculture a little bit, how can I say, they afraid of this losing these breeds also, and they started in situ. So conservation programs means that so wherever they find pure breeds of local cattle breeds, they give money to that breeders to conserve them in their regions actually, not to mix them with other breeds or not to mate them with other breeds or not to use artificial insemination with other, how can I say, imported breeds. And they say that so to the farmers, okay, we will give you money, okay, extra money, and please keep these breeds in their local regions. And then, so it is called somehow like in situ conservation. So that's why the cattle story in Turkey is a little bit tragic. So even as a scientist, so we cannot find any, not any, I can say that, but we cannot find enough number of population for scientific purposes for, I mean that for scientific experiments to measure their, how can I say, productivity, or to measure, how can I say, their disease resistance, and to associate with the genetics of them to understand how these animals, because since these animals, these cattle breeds are indigenous, they were very adapted to local conditions like diseases, or they are very adapted to low quality of pasture. And then so they are especially nowadays very popular. They were adapted to heat resistance, and then So means that since this meeting is related with the sustainable agriculture, nowadays the trouble of the world is related with the rising temperature. So the animals are so much, so they are, how can I say, you cannot find animals in the thermal comfort zone, and to maintain thermal comfort zone for especially milk cattle or dairy cattle, I mean that. So it is very costly. So you should maintain, for example, cooling systems, or you should maintain other welfare or other, how can I say, housing system, but they are very costly to keep the animals in a thermal comfort zone. So what we should do, so we should understand nowadays there are many projects are ongoing in the world. So how to understand, or to cattle, so to breed the animals, to find genes or gene pathway related with the heat resistance, for example. But so we have heat resistant animals in Turkey, locally heat resistant animals, because the animals, maybe I can show you on the map also. So there were some, how can I say, cattle breeds of locally bred cattle breeds from the southeast Turkey, very close to Iraq border, and the temperature is there. It's very hot, and these animals are locally, so genetically, I mean that they are adapted to these harsh climatic conditions. And so nowadays, for example, maybe we can understand their genetic makeup, how they resist, how they can, how can I say, overcome the heat resistance. But nowadays we cannot find enough number to study or to work to make experiments with that animals. Yeah, and then we try to most probably see if this environmental changings or climate change is continuing when the temperature starts to or continues to increase, and we need more heat resistant animals. And most probably we will, how can I say, some countries, most probably they did this heat resistant animals, so by different methods, like, how can I say, with genomic selection or maybe by phenotypic selection. So they create, or how can I say, they handle these animals, and they will try to sell to Turkey, for example. So they will say that we make some animals, they are heat resistant and very, very adapted to current climatic conditions. And then Turkey will spend a lot of money to import that animals maybe. But we have already these animals, but we lost this chance because due to this unaware or uncontrolled mating, mating, how can I say, due to these matings, we lost our, how can I say, our cattle breeds, mostly, but there are some, especially, for example, this native black cattle. If you can see that native black cattle, very popular in Turkey, in the central Anatolia, very, very resistant to diseases, or very, they can, how can I say, they can even grazing in the low quality of pasture, but nowadays almost danger of extinct. So only Ministry of Agriculture is doing in situ conservation, so by just paying extra to the farmers. And also maybe in Indonesia, or maybe some participants, as far as I see, from the Bangladesh, or maybe other Southeast Asia countries, the water buffalo. So the water buffalo also in Turkey it was nearly extinct. But as I said, in last 10 years, or even not 20 years, last 1 or 2 decades, Ministry of Agriculture also started another in situ conservation program for water buffalo. So this Anatolian water buffalo is very unique and it is genetically confirmed that it is Anatolian water buffalo. It is a branch of Mediterranean river type buffalo, but it is very indigenous to Turkey, and so it is distributed to some, some parts of Turkey where because they require a little bit mud and they require water basin areas, so they are distributed to Turkey, but nowadays their number is increasing, but it is not, how can I say, it is not enough. It is almost extinct, but they rescue it. So not with, I can say that in situ, completely in situ, but so that now is Ministry of Agriculture paying to water buffalo breeders to keep them water buffaloes, how can I say, sustainable. I mean that they are, the Ministry of Agriculture is supporting them for their products, especially as you know, water buffalo is giving that their milk fat is much higher than, so compared to dairy cattle. That's why they are very valuable. I mean that, and their lactation period is much higher. So even in Kayseri, where I found, so it is the region of this province is very famous with the water buffalo. When the cattle is dairy cattle, I mean that Holsteins or Simmentals can be bred only 7 or 8 lactations. So these water buffaloes can be kept up to 20 lactations. Their production life is so high, but there are not many research on, not I mean that many, we can say that there are not, how can I say, enough number of research on the Anatolian water buffalo. This is very rare, and then so we don't know about their performance values. We don't know about their, how can I say, the genetic makeup, and we don't know about their nutrition status, how this animal can be fed, or how they can convert the feed into products. I mean that in terms of milk and milk fat. And so we don't know many things. We don't know their disease resistance status, for example. So, but we know that they are very resistant to different, how can I say, so very harsh conditions, but we don't know their genetic makeup. That's why, so I have some projects about, I did one work about the, fatty acid content of the water buffalo milk in Turkey. And then nowadays, so I'm running a project about how this genetic makeup is affecting the fatty acid content of the water buffalo milk. But I am almost alone. Yeah. So there are not many researchers in Turkey who are working, for example, working in the Anatolian water buffalo. There are some how can I say, scientists who are doing with the genetic I mean that genetic diversity of the water buffalo, but not many. So we are less. Yeah. So that's why we are looking international scientists even doing research on the water buffalo, and we can collaborate for them. So sheep breeds are a little bit more lucky. So more lucky because since there are not many nowadays, I mean that before it was done, but nowadays there are not many import sheep breeds in Turkey. The sheep breeds are pretty still can be found as purebreds. Yeah, and we are lucky that we are very diverse for sheep breeds, and the sheep breeds are, as you can see, maybe we can find 2 or 3 main sheep breeds in Turkey. As you can see, the main ones are the fat-tailed sheep breeds, and also semi-fat-tailed native sheep breeds, and also thin and long-tailed native sheep breeds. They are distributed to whole Turkey, and you can find them locally. So locally in different part of the Turkey. So in my region, there is this Ak Karaman. We call it white Karaman in English. So it is there. It's very fat-tailed, very popular, and so nearly 45% of the lamb meat is produced from this Ak Karaman, white Karamans in Turkey. But there are other breeds, mostly dairy breeds are not found. But as you can see, this is also an international breed, also found in Turkey, the Avasi. We call it, it's international, we call it Ivesi, but this is called Avasi, I mean that. So it is a dairy sheep breed, but the milk, since the consumers are now not that much demanding on the sheep milk, so the dairy sheep breeds are getting smaller and smaller, and then the amount of sheep milk is also getting smaller, because nowadays it is very popular, maybe also in Indonesia, I don't know the current status, but dairy cattle milk is very popular. That's why very local, how can I say, there is local demand for dairy sheep or sheep, sheep milk products like cheese or only it is, or yogurt, I mean that, from this milk. So not many, it's not many popular in Turkey, but lamb meat, it is still popular, and the lamb meat is increasing. The demand for lamb meat is increasing day by day. actually. And what is lamb meat we can say that in Turkey, and the production style in Turkey, it is so the lambs are so kept with their mothers 3 months, I mean that 90 days or 100 days. So the weaning period until weaning period, and then so almost after 3 months, so they are going to the pasture, and in 6 months of age, they are selling to slaughterhouses for as a, so I mean that according to, I mean that this time can be varied according to local prices, and so other, how can I say, timing, maybe like sacrifice feast. So because since the animals are sacrificed and there are a lot of meat is going to the market, and then that's why so lamb meat demand can be decreased. That's why the farmers can a little bit, how can I say, postpone their so lamb meat slaughter time due to that kind of special things. But almost 6 months is the normal regular lamb meat slaughter days, I mean that age in Turkey. So it is very popular nowadays because lamb meat is so, I mean that very delicious compared to mutton. That's why so mutton is a little bit older ages, we can call that. So the consumers in Turkey so complaining about, so I know that Indonesia is running projects about the so mutton odor, for example. The consumers are complaining about the mutton odor. So, and that's why nowadays in Turkey, the sheep production mainly depending on the lamb production, especially producing lamb carcasses. So different breeds are, so as we can say that, used for these purposes. But so as I said, so maybe the phenotypic information for that breeds are good. So we can know about their carcass performance, their fat content of the carcass. I mean that carcass and meat quality of these breeds are so pretty well known, but the genetic is not well known. Yeah. So there are very rare work about the genetics of the sheep in terms of their products, or in terms of their, I mean that their, I mean that, so disease resistance. So we are running some projects, especially, so we have a nice research group here. So we are working with the veterinary faculty at Erciyes University. So we are running some projects about how we can understand the genetic background of the, so the lamb weight until weaning. So how we can increase, we are trying, or we are doing research on the how we can understand the genetic makeup of this weaning weight, weaning age weight, I mean that, and average daily gain, and how we can improve this weaning weight. So in some generations, yeah, we are running projects about that one, but not many not many research groups are working on that one. So in general, up to now, we can understand that. So the phenotypic information about the Turkish so sheep breeds or cattle breeds are not bad, but so we can say that the genetics research on that one and the genomic selection is not very good. So still we are so much, how can I say, crawling period for genomic selection for livestock species in Turkey. And as I said, so the fat-tailed sheep breeds are, so as I said, white Karaman, I mean that the most popular. So they have a so nearly 5 kg, 5 kilogram or 6 kilogram of fats in their, how can I say, in their body. And there are some other thin types. So they are without tail, I mean that almost no tail or very thin tail sheep breeds in Turkey. And the most popular one is the kıvırcık. So the consumers find, they say that so in Turkey that they did some, how can I say, organoleptic studies and consumer perception studies. The kıvırcık is the most popular and most delicious so lamb meat in Turkey, because since they say that so since the fat is not the fat is not accumulated in the fat tail, I mean that's why this fat is distributed in the carcass, and the fat is giving deliciousness so to the carcass, they say that. And then the
sorry, Prof. Sinar,
may I
interrupt? Yeah, sorry, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay. So and also I will give you some example of what we are doing, I mean that, so we can say that. So let me, how can I say, maybe So, for example, we have some studies about also nutrigenomics. It is a new topic in Turkey, so in the world as well, because the sustainability of animals are going to that stage. I mean that. So animals now they are fat, or their nutrition is bulk nutrition. They don't. Nobody is care about their DNA. How can I say status? Yeah. So how they can utilize I mean that macromolecules, micromolecules, this kind of stuff. But so animals are showing diversity for their DNA to utilize this. So macromolecules and micromolecules, or they can transfer this information about the maternal feeding information to their, how can I say, offspring. And then, so we did some experiments for that one. And then, so I try to show you this kind of examples, what we are doing. So for example, so we did different protein input to the sheep. And then, so we measure the protein input of their mothers and how they can transfer to their, how can I say, offspring in the fetal stage. Yeah, so we get the fetuses of the sheep, I mean that, and then we make the transcriptome of their skeletal muscle, how we try to understand how this mother information is going to the, how can I say, to their offspring. And we have some also immunogenetic studies. As I said, so multi-breed cattle population. So this endothelin 2, one of the, so these mutations are, mutation is found very associated with the paratuberculosis disease. I don't know whether it is found in Indonesia or not, but it is very problematic disease in Turkey. So because, I mean that there are some clues that this paratuberculosis, so sheep or cattle paratuberculosis may cause the Crohn disease in humans as well. So there is not certain clue, but there are very certain strong clues about that one. And the EDN2 found and patented in the United States as to be associated with paratuberculosis, and we validated together with the United States to do this in multi-breed cattle population, including some Anatolian black crossbred. So as I explained, as I said, so we use the term of crossbred because we cannot find them in purebred. So that's I mentioned in the beginning. So we cannot find this, or the East Anatolian red crossbred. So we call this our cattle as a crossbred because we cannot find them as a purebred. And we validated that. So this mutation also associated with native cattle crossbreds in Turkey. So we did this kind of experiments, and then and we continue with the paratuberculosis nowadays. So we are looking projects for genome-wide association study of paratuberculosis susceptibility in the same populations as well. So we try to work on the paratuberculosis susceptibility. And also, so as I mentioned in the lecture, so some groups are working with the Turkish water buffalo population, but even still very weak projects they did this project with the microsatellite markers. So the microsatellite markers, although the project year is very, how can I say, nearby, I mean that very recent project. So, but microsatellite markers almost, how can I say, left abandoned for all livestock genomics. But so as I said, so not many groups are working about that one. So, and also, as I said, paratuberculosis, different groups are working in the sheep breeds as well. So in Turkey, it's very, how can I say, bad disease. Or for example, OR-DRB, so this immunogenetic and both production, it is related with the, production, it is related with the production as well. This OR-DRB, although it is very famous, it's how can I say, immunogenetic properties, but it is also related with the production traits. And also, for example, in this global sheep protein, so it means that some groups in Turkey is working with the prion proteins as well, and we are also working with the prion proteins. So this is what I can tell you about the recent status of that Turkish livestock genetics. But we are very open to international collaboration. As you can see, we don't have many livestock genomic projects. Although we have a lot of animal species, So, but we don't have enough number of projects, and none, I can say that non-genomic selection process. So we did with my colleagues, so with my PhD student, I don't know whether I got, not that one. Yes, this is done with my student, if we can open it. Yeah, so we did genome-wide association study for blood parameters and the genomic, we calculated the genomic heritability in Akkaraman sheep breed. So this is, we did together with my PhD student, and we did this, we used the same animals for also, carcass, not carcass, body, linear body traits, I mean that, so the weight or some body measurements. So depending on the measurements and also for scoring, we did the same thing. We calculated genomic heritability and genome-wide association also for that one. This is under preparation actually. This was submitted to journal, but that one, the linear body traits, is almost submitted to journal. I mean that we are trying to work on that one, but so we are, how can I say, very still weak. There are a lot of ways to go on with the genetic resources and also understanding the genetic makeup associated with production traits in Turkey. That's why I would like to call you all as a partner. So we are very open to international collaborations, and so in many aspects, I mean that in lectures or doing research or sharing students also. So that's why we are very open. I would like to welcome you all. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your listening actually.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Yeah, I think we still have 2 or 3 minutes left. So I will invite for participants, if you have any question or comment regarding what Prof. Ulas Sinar present before, please to raise your hand, or you can type in the chat room. Is there any question from the participant, please? No question. Oh, maybe a question from me, Prof. Yeah, as you mentioned that if compared to the buffalo and also cattle, sheep is in Turkey is more lucky, because the local diversity is still high. The question is why it can be happen if we compare to like cattle or goat, why sheep is still have a good luck like that?
Yeah, as I said, so because there are not many imported breeds like Holsteins or Simmentals. So in sheep still, bred as a purebred, I mean that. So there is no importation from the Europe or United States. So before they did, like Merino especially, and Merino breeds are imported, but I mean that, so they are not mixed like cattle. In cattle, that was very tragic. So because the farmers did, so as I said, uncontrolled matings and uncontrolled AIs actually. That's why they, how can I say, lost this genetic diversity in cattle. This is due to importation. So totally the politics, I mean that the decision makers is, how can I say, decisions here. So, but sheep is so lucky, so but cattle is extinct, I mean that. So it's gone, so vanish. That was very, very dangerous. So if you saw some minister of, I don't know, agriculture, so you in your, I don't know how it is in your countries, but so please be aware always to conserve your local breeds. I mean.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, we have, I think, one question from Pakistan, from Sahid Rasul, please, Sahid.
I have a question. Same as you said, we have a problem with our indigenous breeds. That we are crossbreeding, we are spoiling our breeds. Are you ready?
I cannot hear you.
Yes, can you speak loudly, Sahid?
We have a problem. We have a problem with our crossbreds. Like we are crossing our indigenous breeds. With like we have in Pakistan we have a Sahiwal breed, but with overbreeding with exotic breeds, it's totally spoiled. Is there any backdoor something happening that every country is talking that we are spoiling our breeds, but nobody, no political person handling it? Why?
Shall I cannot understand your question.
The question is there any?
Could you please write your question to
Yeah,
the
maybe
so
you can
technically,
write down the question in chat room.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, because the sound is not clear. Look. Said, I hope you're still there and still writing the question, yeah?
Yes, I'm writing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. The question in chat room, please, Prof.
And they are
Backdoor politic that cause it.
Yeah, he's talking about it. There are spoil there and yeah, this may happen. So Shadid, I don't know so about the backdoor politics, but so yeah, forget about backdoor politics, but there are many advertisements about this, how can I say, exotic breeds. Yeah, so if you follow, so there are a lot of magazines about, how can I say, I mean that dairy cattle breeding or sheep breeding or nutrition or whatever, they're always mentioning about the positiveness of this how can I say, international breeds. So nobody knows about the local breeds. So what is their performance or whatever. So due to this, so and the farmers or so decision makers are reading these magazines. So there are a lot of advertisement about that one. So nobody knows about the local breeds, but everybody in the world, is there any, can you find any person that doesn't know about the Holsteins, not the name of the Holstein or Simmental? So everybody knows about them. Yeah. So, or Merino. So can you find any person that doesn't know about the Merino? They are well known, means that this well knownness is coming from the advertisement. So they are carrying this information to the international exhibitions or international fairs or whatever, and the global, so decision makers are joining this, how can I say, exhibitions or fairs, global trade fairs now, and that's why, so they know about these animals, and then they will like to, how can I say, they are most probably affected affected from this advertisement, and then so they try to apply, or they would like to, how can I say, try these animals in their countries. So, but maybe there could be also backdoor politics as well. But there is one truth. So I don't means that I'm, how can I say, I would like to avoid misunderstanding. I'm not against animal importation or to use this exotic breeds. I'm against uncontrolled, how can I say, use. So like, for example, in Turkey is the good example, because so when they import these breeds, the farmers, they don't know about the animal genetics, or they don't know the awareness of conserving these breeds. So that's why they did matings, uncontrolled matings. And then, so after a while, they said that, so, okay, we don't have any purebred to, how can I say, so any purebred to mates. Yeah, so I mean that. So they lost, but they understood this one so lately. That's why. So I tell that. So okay, this importation or so I mean that. So this use of these exotic breeds will be happening in many countries. So as we did, so most probably in Pakistan as well. So but they should be controlled. Then the farmers should understand the importance of conserving their local breeds. And scientists also should work scientifically in their local breeds to understand their genetic makeup or phenotypic makeup as well. So, And then after that, so they should decide with controlled matings or whether they should mate or not. So means that, so we should understand the conservation first, and then we should decide the matings, or so we should understand to make artificial insemination. We should decide this one later, not in the beginning. Yeah. So otherwise you cannot reverse it back. We cannot find these indigenous cattle. We cannot bring them back. So nowadays, for example, that's why they vanish. Yeah. So, and there is nothing to do. So we lost our strategic, how can I say, breed populations. I mean that. Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
For your
Ulasinar.
attendance and for listening. So
yeah, thank you, Prof.
I wish you
Ulasinar.
a nice I wish you a nice afternoon. So
Yeah. Okay, but unfortunately, our time is out, so that we have to finish this session. Before we finish, I invite Professor Asep to give a short speech and to give to hand the certificate appreciation to Professor Mehmet Ulasinar. Prof. Asep, are you there?
Hello.
Please.
Yes, Pak Haki, thank you. Hello, Prof. Ulas.
Hello,
Hello,
Professor
how are you? Yeah. Thank you. So we would like to thank for nice presentation and also for lecture, very interactive, I think, with the participant. So it's also good that you are very open to to open the collaboration, because we have two university now, IPB University and also University of Sumatera Utara. So this is very good. We hope in the future we can strengthen collaboration with LCS University. So on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to appreciate for giving the lecture. Please accept the certificate. So this certificate is award to you, Professor Dr. Mehmet Ulasinar, that giving the lecture in the summer course program 2022. Thank you
very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Asep and also Prof. Ulas. And now coming to the end of our session for the third session. And please, for everyone to give a big applause for Prof. Ulasinar, virtually, I think, yeah. Thank you very much again for Prof. Ulasinar. Okay, and then I will end this session. Thank you very much for everybody for active participation in this session. And I will close this session. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye, maybe we'll take picture together, please. Okay, everyone, please turn on your camera and give your best smile. I have 4 screens. For the first one, 1, 2, 3. And then second one, 1, 2, 3. The third screen, 1, 2, 3. The next, 1, 2, 3. And the last one, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So have a good day.
Have a good day. You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bai Haki. Maybe for the participant, please stand by at Zoom, because we want to give you some information. Okay, Mas Arman, can you share screen the PPT? Okay. Okay, I want to share you about rules of the summer course program. Next, please, Mas Arman.